Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tempting Thursdays as part of DraNoWriMo, Dragon Novel Writing Month. I'm Shanon, writing on the pen name of S.E. Huston, the author of Curses, Scales, and Feathers and the Clash of Goddesses series. And we are doing 45-minute sprints today with focus time during the sprints, working on my project, which I will be working on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And that means I won't be in the chat until the breaks, but then I like to catch up with everyone, see how we're doing, celebrate our successes. My son just sneezed. I don't know if y'all heard that. And talk about whatever it is we have going on. And I just barely woke up. I think I saw a notification for Sarah is going, and I just dropped a comment in the comment box, and I see Sarah there. I think she has a sprint going on. Let me see. I gotta go grab that link. I got here in time, but I'm just waking up. Okay. Yep, she's going. I am grabbing the link, hitting the like button. There you go. Sarah is printing. I'm going to get words today, I promise. I did get sleep last night, and I had a couple-hour nap yesterday, so I feel pretty good. All right, let's say hello to everyone who came in. Kendra's first here. Hello, good morning all. Happy Thanksgiving to anyone celebrating. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Happy Thanksgiving to anyone who is celebrating. Didn't even think about that yet. I hadn't got that far in my thinking. And Sarah says, hi everyone, hopping over from my stream. Oh, okay. She was telling me there. I hadn't read it all the way through. Hug the like button, say happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate. Thank you. I'm working on my 2K per day so far through Saturday, right? Okay, so that's every day for November. I'm at 1,400 so far, so you need 600 more. Really close. I'm right here bouncing around between sprints, prepping food, and reading this morning. Oh, what are you reading? I'm reading this series I think I'm going to be mad at, but I'm not sure yet. There's one more book in it. I started to be mad at this series at the beginning of this book, and it's the third book in the series. And it has not changed. And I'm like, okay, you have to do something different here. This is wrong. What with authors, the choices the author's making is wrong to me. And essentially, it's a fantasy romance. Word goal, I need more coffee. I'm right there with you. I've taken one sip of my coffee. I haven't even taken my medicine yet. Gotta take it. Thanks for, yes, of course. So essentially, there's a gal who has a prophecy about her, and she was supposed to be, to get her to be born, you had to mix certain races. So there's like angels and demons, and there's different fae, like Iron Fae, Day Fae, Night Fae, Crystal Fae. So eventually they create this child, and the two kings are the ones who come together to do this, to create this child with different mixing of races. And then they put her into like a dark cave where she's abused until she's 21, so that she's broken, so that when they pull her out into the world, they'll be able to mold her into the weapon that she's supposed to be for the prophecy, whatever. So she gets rescued right before they pull her out. And the guy who's leading the rescue group has been looking for her. She's a princess, so she's been lost since he was a kid. And as soon as he was old enough, he joined his dad as part of the team that was looking for her. And he rescues her. He's very sweet and kind and very giving, and very aware of the abuse and torture she's gone through, and very patient with her. And they fall in love. And then at the end of the book, she gets stolen away by another prince who says that he is her mate. And then this is when you learn about the prophecy, and it says that she has to basically choose to go into light or go into the dark, and her mate's darkness will rise. And mates was plural, but without a possessive apostrophe. And I was like, okay, well, what if both of these are her mates? That's what I'm thinking. The whole time is what I'm thinking. But the whole second book was spent trying to make this bad guy who stole her, and he starts off really bad, terrible, and he's changed by her, and she falls in love with him. And then the third book, the first guy shows up to rescue her from the guy who stole her, and now she doesn't like him. And I'm like, and now he's like this guy who's possessive. And I'm like, this was not who he was. in the first book. And that he spent the entire second book trying to get to her. And at the very end, he gets to her. But he gets to her at the time that there's a celebration, like an Olympic celebration. So it's supposed to be peace. And he's been made into this bad guy this entire third book. And I'm like, he didn't start this way. This is not, the downward trajectory was not very believable to me. And the upward trajectory of the other character is a little more believable. But I just wish that she would have remembered that when he stole her, he actually killed 2 of her friends and the dad of the guy who rescued her, who was the one in charge of the team trying to find her for 21 years. So, but she's like, oh, they're dead. And she's sad about it. And then she moves on. And I'm like, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know if y'all ever feel that way about a book. I don't think I've ever felt this way about a book that I've gotten into where I'm still reading it, but I do not agree with the choices the author has made. And there is one scene in which she is with both of them when she's trying to figure out which one to choose, because she gets a vision from the goddess that says that she must choose the right one or it's the end of the world, or choose the right path is what they say. And I'm still thinking she's supposed to be with both of them. But then she still chooses the guy that was a bad guy to start with. Yeah. Morning, Green World. How are you? Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm like mad. I'm mad that I'm still liking the story, that I want to read it, but I'm mad that the story has taken the turn that it has when I feel like it's not quite justified in the writing. Yeah. She's a best-selling author, but I don't know if this series was a best-selling book series for her or not. All right, I think I've talked long enough. I am working on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke this morning. I'm going to go ahead and get my medicine in me and then get going in my writing. So I had finished off yesterday. I finished a chapter and I spent the last 10 minutes of the last sprint brainstorming for the next chapters. I think it's going to be chapters. But I really have no idea what these next parts are supposed to look at. And I felt like I got to the end of my brainstorming, but I think I'm going to add a little bit more. So that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to add a little more to my brainstorming, then tease it apart and figure out what the heck I'm going to do next. Like, I have certain things I think I'm going to do, but none of it is like stuff that has to happen. And I need to save the cat moment. Because I think I was really thinking about it yesterday. I think my female protagonist may be not that likable. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying. I don't know. It could be just, maybe I'm not. I just need to reinforce some things. Everything she's doing right now is to find her brother, but I think the problem is that she doesn't really think about her brother too much past the first couple chapters, but everything she's still doing is toward that goal. It's just, she's got this mission she has to do, and if she does this mission, then her order will help her get her brother. So she has to get that mission done. And so everything she's doing right now is to get ready for this mission. Hi. What? Thor is talking to me. Okay. So yeah, anyways, I gotta figure out if I need to save the cat moment or I don't know. What? You just ate breakfast. Okay, I will see you guys on the other side. 45 minutes. In 3, 2, 1. Good luck. All right, that is time. I'm going to add up my words here. I had my points. I figured out that for the next chapters, it did end up, I think I'm going to make it into 3 different chapters. So I split up the information and I start filling out the information, filling out more for the very next chapter. But I keep going back and forth about what I want to include, what I don't want to include, changing things around in the scene. So I haven't quite got to a point where I'm ready to draft the next chapter yet, but great. Hold on. Lost my page. Where am I at? Here we are. So I'm adding it all together. And brainstorming's 943 words. And I take over and say hello to Sarah in her chat. Brainstorming 45 minutes, 943 words. Okay. Usually I have stuff set up on my book, but I had just woken up right before I went live. So, all right, got it going. Go say hello to people because I think some more people have come in. Where did I leave off? I didn't mark it. I think it was Green World had come in and said, "Good morning, happy Thanksgiving, friends." What's the kitty's name? Because Thor was over here talking. Oh, and he just came back. Hi, Thor. What are you doing? What? No, he's talking again. As soon as he heard me talking, he came running into the room. I don't know what do you want? You just want to hear my voice today? He's still talking. And his name is Thor. I do have 3 kitties. I have brothers, Thor and Loki. And then an old girl, Luna. Yeah, I named her. Hi. What? He's got up here on my desk now looking at me. But yeah, Luna, she's like gray and mostly grays with some white tip paws and chest and stuff. And Luna also means crazy. So it's moon, right? But it also means crazy. It's Latin for moon. But yeah, she likes to run into things. And as a kitten, she would do a running leap at the wall and hit the wall and fall and then slide down the wall like what you see in cartoons. She still runs her head into things. She doesn't take running leaps anymore because she's older, but yeah. Joanne came in. Hello. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrate, she says. Hi, everyone. Good morning, Alexandria. How are you? What are you guys working on? Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving, U.S. peeps. I was trying to watch the Macy's parade, but the money-grubbing corporate companies want me to pay to watch Broadway performance, high school bands, mini concerts, and the Rockettes once a year. I know Sarah was talking about that for a minute. I had to go back to my brainstorming, but I was listening to her when she came off her sprint for the first break for me as part of the stream. And she said something about she had thought NBC wasn't airing it like it usually does and that you had to pay for it through Peacock. But then someone in the chat said, no, that it's airing on NBC. So I don't really know. I think I remember vaguely seeing it on the TV when I was a kid at my grandparents' house, but it's nothing that my parents used to watch. And I don't really watch TV anyways. I rarely consume TV. And I rarely consume, I consumed even less when I was a teenager in my early 20s. Like when I was in the military, everyone had a TV in their room. I didn't. I had my painting easel. So I would just paint all the time. I didn't have enough money for a laptop or a computer. So I just hand wrote. I had notebooks with my handwriting. So yeah, I just painted. I've never been really into TV. Green Rose says, hello to Joanne. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm watching the parade on YouTube, missing out on the extras. What's the extras? It's something part of the parade. It's extra stuff probably. Yeah. 738 goal reach. Woohoo. That's awesome. Yeah, because you were at 1,400. So you only need 600. Does that mean you're done or are you going to keep on going? Wait, was your overall goal 100,000 or am I misremembering? That might be someone else. Well, I'm off to enjoy the family. Well, I'm so happy for you. Y'all have a wonderful day. You too. The extras are the performances, high school. Oh, okay. The extra stuff like that. Gotcha. That's what you're talking about, that you couldn't watch it without paying for it. Yes, 100K. Okay, I did misremember. I'm getting better. That's probably not any indication of what my future looks like, but I'm getting better at the moment. Getting ready for the day. Yay. I really want to get this chapter. I'm like, I don't know. Do you ever get to the point where you're like itching? You're like, I just want to write this, but then you're like, I don't know what I'm writing. So I got to make sure I know what I'm writing before I write it. I'm not really a planner per se, but I do like to know what I'm going to do when I'm going into a chapter, because if not, I'll go way off and go somewhere else. that's never really useful for the story. It'd be fun to write probably, but not useful for the story. But I'm laughing. Yeah. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get to the next one. For anybody who has to leave out, thank you so much for stopping in, especially for anyone who's celebrating the holidays. I will still be here for a few hours. My part in making the Thanksgiving meal is not until the afternoon, so I'll probably be ending somewhere between 1 and 2 p.m. my time central, like I normally do, before I have to go do my part in the kitchen. So I don't write in a linear format, so when I get stuck, I jump to a different scene. I have thought about it, but the thing is I've already skipped over a few things. I was talking about this at the beginning, which you weren't here yet, Devin, but I feel like Nira is not very likable at the moment because I've been just showing like her efficiency in being a killer. She's already killed 2 people. Where I'm about to start chapter 20 in her point of view, and she's already killed 2 people. I've shown her efficiency in that. I have talked about a little bit, brought in that, she's looking for her brother, and then one of the people that she kills, she gets information from where her brother's at. Exactly. Like she knew he was in northern Eggendray and Nordrum, but not really sure what the situation was, and so she gets more information. But the guy, he's a sadist, so she kills him. Yeah, and so I'm just not sure if she's very likable. I have shown her signs of intelligence, which that's always a key to making characters likable, is if they're smart and they're smart about what they think about. For some readers, like, smart characters. So I've shown that, but she hasn't had like a save the cat moment, literally or figuratively. She does have a cat now, and she calls her Marigold, but I don't know if Marigold's going to stay in the story. I feel like Marigold has a role later on, but I haven't figured out what that is yet. And the cat is not exactly a cat, but it's a cat, and the cat doesn't have a name, so she names it Marigold. And the cat is friendly to her and Zane, and right now her and Zane are antagonists. So I'm trying to figure out how that's all going to work. So both of them have shown like a soft side to the cat, but I think that so far Zane is likable. You've seen his vulnerable side. And that everything he's doing is for the good of his kingdom and of his brother's kingdoms, because that's his job as a seeker for his order. But Nira, her driving goal is finding her brother, and I don't think I'm reinforcing enough. So I've kind of skipped over some of the things that I should have been doing to reinforce the likable traits of her. And so I'm like, I can't keep skipping it. I've got to show it. I've got to show that she is capable of having true relationships, because not only has she killed 2 people, you've also seen her manipulate people to getting information, and those people being let down when they realize they're being manipulated by her. So I've got to show her likable. I have to show her somehow being likable. Precious, hello, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I don't remember if you're in the US, but if you are, happy Thanksgiving. If not, happy Thursday. When I was writing Emma Bell, I had a lot of feedback saying that I need to give her more humility and show her weaknesses in the beginning chapters. Yeah, that's where I feel like she doesn't have a lot of humility or weaknesses. I mean, there is one moment, like I felt like I knew what her trauma was from her childhood. I didn't realize the depth or the depravity of it, I guess, until I wrote a scene in which it triggered her trauma. And then for a minute, she's weak. But then she turns the moment into manipulating the situation and winning. It's a fight scene, and so she ends up winning for the moment because she uses her own like PTSD trigger against the person who is trying to give her some leeway. But yeah, the betas hated her. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, I gotta make her more likable. I like her. She's a really cool character to me, but I don't know if she's likable. Have her risk her life to save the cat. No one could dislike her then. Right. Like literally save the cat moment. And hi, Laura. Here we go. I didn't forget it this time, but I know it's supposed to be our tradition. Yeah, the literal save the cat moment. I just don't know how to do that at the moment, because the cat is very smart. And Nira, she's a highly skilled trained assassin, and she also has, how do you say the word? It's parkour, right? The people who they'll like do like a running jump or running start up a wall and then bounce off the wall to another wall to another wall, and then jump, of course, across like building tops and stuff. Like, it's actually called something parkour, I think, or something like that. But so she has that, and Marigold like keeps up with her with all that. But I'm like, Marigold's like very good at doing it too. So I don't know. I don't know how she would have to have the need to save the actual cat. So that's what I'm thinking. She's got to have some type of personal relationship, because at the moment she's not shown as having any personal relationships with anybody. And I thought, well, maybe she has one. And when I came across her actual trauma, um, the bad trauma that she went through, I thought, oh, well, what if the one relationship she has is with someone that she met at that time of her trauma, and and then they both joined the order together, and they've been friends ever since. So that's what I'm thinking of doing, and that's what I'm possibly writing into the next chapter. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work. Sounds like Nira and Amabel get along just great. Probably. She's hardcore. She is very hardcore. But considering, I guess, it's like I always knew, like, she'd grow up knowing that she was useless to everybody, because she's a princess. She's the 17th daughter of 17 kids born to her father. Their culture is male dominated because it's under the summer season. Summer season is 2 gods. So the Fae under summer season are male dominated. So she's not wanted because she's another daughter. And not only that, she's born without magic. So she's completely useless. And everybody tells her that. And like, I knew I was going to do this. I put it in there. I like the way it came out. She hates the color red because her blood is red, because Fae blood is blue. And I knew she hated the color red because that was the color of her blood. But I kind of just stopped there, and I knew her sisters were not going to like her. They're going to tease her, make fun of her, that kind of stuff. And then when I kind of figured out, I was like, well, what if? And this would make sense because kids are curious. What if like her sisters, like with some friends, like tied her down and cut her up because they want to see the red blood, that kind of stuff. And they leave her for dead. And then they think she died, but that's when she joined the order. She was 8 years old. So that kind of gave more significance to it, to the color, her hating the color red. And then Zane also hates the color red because a true fire fae has red hair. It's like it looks like fire. So it's red, orange, and yellow, but it's mostly red. And so he hates the color red because he hates the fire fae. So I think, oh, this is something they'll bond on. They both hate the color red. But yeah, I don't know. And LOL, hi. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the next one. I think I said that already, and I'm going to see if I can tease out exactly what this next chapter is supposed to look like, or at least some frame of reference, because I think I have too much right now at the moment. So anyone who's leaving out, thank you so much for being here. It's great to see y'all, especially for those of the US, that holiday. Everyone else, 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I was a little distracted for a couple minutes because I didn't know Loki was underneath my desk, like right in front of my feet, and I kicked him in the face. I felt so bad. I had to like sit there and pet him for a while, give him some treats. So, but I still got a lot. 1005. There's my factor of 5. I think I just have a couple more points I'm going to add in for this one section, and then I think I'm going to start drafting. This is still the brainstorming. And while I'm doing this, I'm like, oh, I know I'm going to add a moment to the next chapter. I know exactly what it is. So I'm like wanting to hurry up and get there so I can do that moment because I think it's going to be a good moment. I think it's going to be a good moment to show Nira's I can't say that word. Vulnerable. Yeah. Her softer side. The softer side that's soft. I don't think that makes sense, but yeah. Left off with Laura saying, hi, Andy came in. Hiya, just in time for the sprint. Yes, just in time. Hello. I'm over here fretting, looking at my fiction work of 100K plus words. And Esty is like, yeah, I'm at 7. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it can seem overwhelming though when you have a lot of words and you're like, I got to revise this now. I've learned a trick that as I'm going through, and this may not be applicable because I think of things all the time and I'm constantly getting new ideas or thinking, especially since I'm not really much of a planner, like I'll add something to the story. I'm like, oh yeah, I should go back and reinforce that. But instead of stopping, I will just make a comment on the document right there. So that's my first round of revisions is I go through all my comments. And then I just read it through. And I also keep a running document of revisions that I would like to make, which I've been slowly trying to get away from and doing just the comments. But occasionally I think of something when I'm not in the document, so I add it to that. So I do all that, then I read it through, make any other revisions I need to revise, and then I do the beta reader feedback. So I don't know if that helps any, but if you have a process, at least for me, I find if I have a process I know I'm going through, it doesn't seem as daunting anymore. Emma says, hi. Good morning, Andy. Devin says, I showered. Missed the last of the parade. Christmas has been officially canceled this year because I didn't see Santa pass. That's funny. Tabitha, hello. It's been minutes since I've seen you. Good morning. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. You too. I have a question for the group. Does anyone use GIMP? I use GIMP. Yes. I always say poor man version of Photoshop. I do lots of graphic design stuff. So I use GIMP for it. I was making my gods last night. I had 3 of them. I had the moon goddess, the sun god, and the earth goddess. But my metal god, because I go and pull pictures from different places. I have like several hundred photos I have purchased on reduced plans from deposit photos. So I'll grab pictures from there, and then I even go to like the AI websites, and because a lot of them will show the work that people are doing, and I pull whatever I think might inspire me, and then I put it together. Yeah, so I spent like a really long time creating my metal god last night. He was really difficult. And I had to, and then I used some of my own skills, my own little artistic skills in GIMP to make him look the way I wanted him to look. But I was pretty proud with the way it came out. And my husband was like, go to bed, because I've not been sleeping. I'm like, okay. I really wanted to move into my air god. I started working on him, but then I was like, yeah, I need to go to sleep. I just need to go to sleep. I'll show you guys. This is what I did in GIMP last night. Hold on, can I find it? It's my series Bible, the gods. I'm like so freaking proud of how it came out. Like, and I had to like grab all these different pieces from different places to put him together. Like I got wings from one photo. I got his eyes from another, his nose from another. His head is kind of a combination of a couple different photos and then my own manipulation. All right, so here's my metal god. If anyone can see that. I'm like really freaking glad how that came out. Like proud of how it came out. Then trying to find the right like musculature for his chest and his arms. And I wanted to have kind of like this bronze look because that's what the magic looks like when he's using magic. But he's silver. He's all silver. So, but yeah, took a little bit, and then just found a cave, put him on there, and then just put all those little squiggles in there because I was trying to think of him being like, because he is sleeping in the ground in the second book, and he's woken up, but he's a metal god, but he's also over like gems and jewels and like the things you would find in the earth, like diamonds and rubies and sapphires and that kind of stuff. So that's also part of him. So I was trying to put like, I tried to do gems at first, and I was like, yeah, let me just do squiggles. That'll be better. That'll be fine. So, but I couldn't get the gems to look right. It looks so terrible. I'm not the best at it, but I do play around with it. Okay, I guess Christmas is still on. I saw Santa on someone else's YouTube live. Funny. I am confused. Are they only airing the parade on Peacock this year? I think she watched it on YouTube, but without all the extras, which is something like parades and stuff like that. I don't know. I probably just said the wrong thing. I feel like I just said the wrong thing. I've never watched it before, so I don't really know what's involved. You can catch the parade live on NBC if you have cable, Peacock, Hulu Live, Vudu Live. All are too pricey for something I only watch once a year. Seeing your metal god, I want to redo my god since my gods are Pinterest inspired. All is creepy. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you could use. I don't know what's on Pinterest because I think a lot of pictures on Pinterest are copyrighted. So one of the reasons why I do use like the AI pictures, because their AI is not copyrightable. So I don't know if cannot be copyrighted. I don't know if that was a word, if that's actually a word. So I'm trying to make sure that whatever I'm using from the stock photo site and from the few, not all AI image generation sites show the work of what they're, whoever's using the program doesn't always show what they're doing. But there are some that show it, and then you can go grab the pictures, and then of course I just make it into my own thing anyways. But still, I would feel kind of I'd be not scared. Scared's not the right word. A little fearful. No, not fearful. Just a little bit of stress. I can't think of the freaking right word of using something that is copyrighted because I wouldn't want to run into that issue, right? So I would love to utilize AI art, but I'm not good with writing specifics. Yeah, no. I grab pictures that are already done. So like his eyes, his nose, his chest. I got that from an AI website. I just put it all together. I blended it together. And his head is from, half of his head is from, the shape of it comes from a different site. And then his eyes I got from somewhere, and his nose I got from somewhere. But if you look at it, you can kind of see I didn't do the best blending because those things were like kind of blue tinged, which I kind of like the blue in there. But as you can see, as it goes down into his neck and the rest of his body, it's kind of sort of doesn't flow. But maybe I'm just picking that up because I know what, a little bit of the art, knowing how things should flow together. Because I don't know. And I was done. I was like, I like it, even though the blue doesn't quite flow into the rest of his head. Now I created like the top of his head, that part, and I was able to like, there's a tool in GIMP, and Tabitha probably knows what I'm talking about. I can't remember what it's called, but basically it looks like a stamp, like a stamp that you would hold and stamp something with. That's what it looks like in the toolbar. But basically you can go and copy something with that, a small section, and then stamp it over another section, and it looks the same. So I was able to pull some of the colors from his chest area and put that into the head, and then just blended it together the way I wanted to blend together. I could have done the same thing for the bluish parts, but I kind of like the bluish parts, even though it don't quite go. And then it was just getting late, and I was like, I like it. It's done. It's what it is. So there is the link to lots of pictures, which I don't know if I haven't been there in a minute, but I don't know if you've added more. Awesome. I'm hoping to purchase stock photos from Deposit Photo and then manipulate them before importing them into Procreate and make them look more like my art for SE, since I can't draw. What's SE for my SE? So I can draw, but drawing on paper with pencil, I've done that my whole life. And I like to paint. I've always painted. I've always been a painter. I haven't painted in the last couple of years. I did do 2 years ago. I did some painting. I handmade baskets that I gave to all the women in my family, and I chose their favorite flowers. And then but I also used like real flowers, not real, fake, tangible flowers. It's not just me drawing and painting. And then I handmade all the stuff that went in the basket, which was like body salts and stuff like that, body scrub. And I painted on the jars, and I fired them in my oven to make the paint stay. So I see myself as being very artistic. I like to do lots of art stuff. How did I get on that tangent? I have no idea how I got on that tangent. Oh, I can draw. That's what it is. I can draw on paper. Putting it into a graphic design program and making it look like a picture like this is really, really hard. As the dragon that's on my second book, you can kind of see it there in the photo that's from the video. My second book is there on the top on the right in the series. It's a green teal dragon. My cover designer, she's not like she's a graphic designer. She's not like doesn't draw stuff. She doesn't create stuff from scratch. She uses, the stock art manipulation, stuff like that. And I didn't like any of the dragons. I really didn't like the dragon for the first one, but we were running out of time, and I found her. She was suggested to me by someone like almost last minute, because I had already gone through 4 artists and I didn't like any of their work. Well, one I never got work from after I paid him. And it was like 2 weeks after the due date, still didn't have anything from him. And I said, I'm done. And when he wasn't responding to my emails, I was like, I'm done. I just want my money back. But, so I told her I'd like to work with trying to get a different dragon. And, she tried finding all these different dragons, and I didn't like any of them. And I was like, can I do it myself? And it took me 5 months to figure out how, because I drew him first, put him in my design program, and then trying to make it like use the program, trying to figure out how to create something from that drawing. And it was terrible. And then I realized, well, let me go get parts. So like for his jaw, I got a horse part. For his snout, I got a lion part. For his sail, the fins, the scale, spikes on his back, I got from a fish. And then it's alligator texture that's on his neck. So once I started doing that, then it was easy to fill in the other spots with what I could do with the design program. So yeah, that's why I state that the images are Pinterest inspired. Oh, gotcha. Special editions. Oh yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Oh gosh. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's like, yeah. See, and I don't know, like I'm doing all these pictures for my gods and goddesses and stuff, but it's just for me personally. I don't think I'd ever use them in my books because they do have some AI parts in them. And I would want it to be as inspired as possible by an artist. If I can afford an artist, I will do it, but I don't think I can afford too many artists. I went through quite a few when I was trying to get my special edition for my Kickstarter. And I mean, one guy wanted to charge me $1,200. And when my Kickstarter was done, I only made like $500 at the end of it. Even though I raised quite a bit, everything costs money to produce and to pay the artists and stuff like that. And I was like, if I had gone with him, I would have been in the hole for my Kickstarter. So I'm glad I found who I did find. And that person I paid like $400 and some to. So really I made like $900. But then of course paying him the $400 and some is what took it down to $500. So if I can continue to find artists that I like their work and they're willing to, give me a price I can afford, I will use them instead of my AI, partially AI inspired stuff. I just do it for me, for fun, for videos like here on YouTube and stuff. Yeah, that's too much work for me, piercing things together. Oh, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I make wreaths and I quilt. Sewing, I've always wanted to know how to sew, but I know I'm never going to get to it. Never going to get to it. Sewing machine, quilting, scrapbooking, digital designs, specifically logos. Yeah. I did the logo for the AWC. We're using the same one next year as we did this year. And then I hired a designer for the first year. Next year, we'll probably hire someone or get Devin to do it. No, I'm just kidding. Looking at my gods page reminds me that I need to finish the glossary. I haven't even started mine. Oh yeah, I would never use them in my books. Yeah. I mean, if you're using Pinterest inspired, there's probably some copyrighted images in there. And for me, I'm using stuff that, even though I'm using some stock photo stuff that I've paid for, because I do have some AI stuff in there, I'm not using it. I wouldn't use it for my books. So it might be something like I would give away for free during a Kickstarter, possibly, if people would want it. But I don't know if people would even want it because, a lot of people don't like AI stuff. So I'm going to need Marcus and Basil in one picture, Aster and Wrist and Faz. Wait, did I write down that name? Fazuni? I think maybe, no, I only wrote down Lindre. Am I saying it right? Fazuni and Raziel. I won't mind making the logo. There we go. I just offer you up. So yeah, I would like to do a different one for 2025 if we're still going. I think we'll still be going. I think the AWC is one of those things that if I decide I'm done with it, someone's going to take it over. Someone will want to keep it going, I think. So, but I have seriously been thinking about that the last couple months this year with me losing energy. And I'm like, okay, Shannon, don't make any decisions until you come back from vacation and you're well rested. Then you can start thinking about it. Yep, saying it right. Okay, I did. Then I probably don't need to write it down because I think I say Fazuni every time. Yeah, that's why I want to attempt to do the art myself for now. I financially cannot afford an artist, right? They're very expensive. I want to definitely hire artists later in my career. Me too. When I start making like a nice sizable income, I want to get some of these beautiful pictures I've seen that these artists have done. I so wish I could do it myself like that, and I can't. The art will be for my Kickstarter. Nice. Yeah. The art that I will commission will be for my Kickstarter. Mine too, Devin. You're doing a Kickstarter? I didn't know you were doing Kickstarter Tabitha. Do you have it up yet? And you have a launch page? I have a launch page up for my next book. It's going to go at the end of February. So if you've got a link, please feel free to drop it. Yeah. Alrighty. Let me take that guy off. Where's brand? Hit the button. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and get to the next 45 minute sprint. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. It's always great to hang out, talk with everybody. Yay for Kickstarters. And then for everyone else, we're going to get started on the next 45 in, right, hit the play button. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I went and took that first part to go get some more coffee, but I think I finished kind of the idea I'm going to do for my next chapter, but I want to tighten it up a little bit because I think I have too many things in it. So I was just about to start tightening it, which I think puts me about 5 or 10 minutes out from writing the chapter, but I did start actually writing parts of it in my brainstorming, so it might change as I put it into the chapter itself, but 1,227 words on that one, mostly dictation. All right, let's see where we left off. Did I mark it? I did. I'm like, yay, Kickstarters everywhere. Tabitha says, I haven't got my launch page up yet, but I will hopefully sometime next week. It'll be a Kickstarter for special editions of my debut and book 2 in my current series. I plan to publish book 2 to 1425. Fingers crossed. So you're publishing it on retailer platforms and doing a special edition for the Kickstarter? Is that what I'm understanding from that? So my next Kickstarter is for my book 2, but and it's going to be a special edition will be part of it, but I'm not publishing it on retailer platforms until after it's already fulfilled to everybody. So I don't know. I think yours is kind of a different strategy, possibly. Devin says, I found the CNBC TV 18 on YouTube with a good view of the parade. Still can't watch the specials, but I get to see more of the balloons. Cool. Leslie says, good morning. Just popping in to say hello. Tap the like button. I'm kicking my tush out of bed now. Enjoy your day, everyone. You too, Leslie. Thank you for stopping in. Joanne, hello. Saying hello to everyone. How you guys? What you're working on? I am working on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. Hopefully getting ready to write the next chapter. I am now in the part of my story where I sort of know what's supposed to happen. Could change, though, because my middles do change. I'm actually right at the point before I hit the midpoint. Hold on. I wrote this down. Can't remember it exactly. Where are you at? The middle build 1. So kind of working off the Save the Cat method. But I kind of combine. So I made my own outline and not that I filled it in my story in the outline, but I have an outline I'm trying to follow. It's just an outline that has like, here's your plot points. And I combine it with fantasy plot points from the hero's journey, romance plot points from Romancing the Beat. And then just, the plot points from just a regular story and the plot points with Save the Beat. So I've kind of used all of those together to kind of create my outline. So I am in Act 1 still. But this is the, it's the debate. I think that's Save This Cat. We're in the rising action for the plot point. We are in the setup to No Way number 1, heading into No Way number 1. We're in No Way number 1 for the romance plot point, and refusal of the call for the fantasy plot point, and the stage of love is No Way. So like I put all these things in there, and then I have like little things I write. Okay, this is kind of what you're hoping to go for, which I don't always hit that. I kind of go way off. But anyways, trying to do that and think of what it is I want to do for this chapter, which I think I've brainstormed 3 or 4 chapters while sitting here trying to figure out this one chapter. So, but that'll be fine because it'll be easier to get into the next chapters to write. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, from Joanne to Green Rolled. Tabitha says, good morning to Joanne. I'm working on the first 2 bonus chapters that will be added to my special edition of my debut novel. What about you? What are you working on? Oh, that sounds fun. I'll be working on my outline for my Bakery Rival Celebres Work in Progress, Project Sugar and Spice, and working on chapters 1 and 2 of the manuscript. Nice. Still working on the 1 and 2. Do you feel like you've got a good handle on it now? Sweet. Sounds intriguing. She writes sweet romance. It is. I actually have some bonus scenes that teeter the line between sweet and spicy, but that'll never see the light of day. They're bonus scenes for a reason. That means you can offer them for the readers who are interested in them. Hi, Cool Gamer. How are you doing? Tabitha says, well, my books do have some less spice in them. Not a ton, but I'm looking at more trad-pubbed romance books for inspiration, having multiple intimate scenes without dipping my toes into the ER ROM. Yeah. It's whatever. I mean, I'm learning that it doesn't matter which path you choose as far as what to include, what not to include, how to include what you're including, and what not to include when you're including, that you're not going to satisfy all the readers. So, and especially like, because I write fantasy romance, there is a wide spectrum of what fantasy romance looks like. And it has come to almost everything's falling under romantasy, which romantasy is what do they call that? There's a name for it. But romantasy is the combination of two names, romantasy. There's a name, portmanteau. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Portmanteau. It's basically when you put two words together. So it's romance. Romantic fantasy is where it came from. And that's different from fantasy romance, but everything's falling under romantasy now. And you'll have everything from sweet to spicy to bordering on ER. And I'm not really into ER. I'm not really into multiple scenes either. Not for my writing. I don't mind reading it. I love reading all of it. But for my writing, it's not really multiple scenes. I have multiple scenes of build up before it gets to that point. And what that looks like is slightly different for all of my characters because they're all different. So, yeah. I know I built it up quite a bit in my second book. And my beta readers who, in my first round, they're like, okay, when's this going to happen? When's this going to happen? So then when I actually did have it happen, it went over 2 chapters and lots of stuff happened. And so they were pretty pleased with that because they're like, finally. I'm like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably the most I've written for anything. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because I just did one scene that was a bonus scene for the first book. It wasn't even in the book. And the second one will be in the book, but I don't know, or the third one will be in the book. I'm in the third one now. There's lots of buildup with this one too. There's a curse in place, so they can only do so much so that the curse can be broken. So that's kind of limiting on what I can do anyways, which is fine because this is brand new for me. I've never written spicy scenes before until this series. So I did it. The first ones were in the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. Actually, the first one was the bonus scene for the first book. The Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince is kind of a prequel, and there's a scene in there, but it is only the one. Yeah. I don't know if it'll ever change. I don't know what I'll be like when it comes to other books that don't have a curse in place. So, hello, Cool Gamer from Tabitha. Joanne says hello, or no, she says that sounds fun to Tabitha. Chandra, how are you doing? Dropping a like. Happy writing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if you're still here, but happy Thanksgiving. Good to see you. What are you working on today? Yep, I want to give romance readers the intimacy and spice, but for me personally, I want to go about it the same way other trad authors like Gina Showalter writes it. I don't think I've never read anything from that writer before. I don't know if it's female, but I used to read fantasy, and then I read romance, and the romance I read was contemporary romance. And then when romantasy really started building and there was more people publishing stuff like that, and I was reading it, and I didn't even know that's what I was reading because it wasn't really a genre yet. And then when I thought I wanted to do something slightly different than just fantasy, because I wrote fantasy before, and I kind of gravitated toward that. So now I pretty much only read romantasy books, with the occasional nonfiction book in there. So trying to think, I did go through, there was a period earlier this year, like a whole month, where I read it was contemporary romance, but it was the what do they call that? Gosh, I can't remember what it was called. It's not the Mafia, but it was really dark. It was dark romance, contemporary romance. Academy, I can't remember what it was called, but I was just intrigued by the genre niche, which I can't even remember what it is now. I can remember the book though, and I thought, okay, what is this about? Like, because I've started seeing a lot more dark romantasy coming out too. And I tend to write about very dark stuff sometimes. Not really in the relationship realm, but my characters all have trauma and they're pretty dark. So I don't know. I was just wondering what that was like. So I had read like this whole series by this author, and she had like 6 or 7 books in that series. And then she had like a prequel series that was like another 5 books. And then, yeah, so I read a lot by her. I read everything in 1 month. On the Phone Family, BRB, no problem. Love that for you, Tabitha, and no problem to Devin. Yes, I'm releasing the book first, then launch these special edition on Kickstarter. Gotcha. I've had a few readers eager for book 2 now, so I want to give it to them as soon as it's done. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got some readers who want my book 2. I mean, I had one reach out to me. I don't remember. Was it July, August of this year? I don't even know who the person is. And this person did not back my first Kickstarter, but they contacted me through Kickstarter to ask me when the next book was coming out on Kickstarter. So I wrote back to them, but they never replied. And then I had a reader who got my first book from somewhere reach out to me through email and say, I just finished A Curse of Scales and Feathers, and it says in the back here that the second book is supposed to be released of June this year, but I can't find it anywhere. And I wrote back to her and I was like, I've had some issues with this book, and so I've had to put it off a little bit. And so I will be doing a Kickstarter. And I didn't know when I was going to do it. And I think I told her, I thought maybe October. And then when October came and I realized I was not doing Kickstarter in October, I wrote to her and said, I'm going to push it off until next year. And she's responded every time. So she said, well, thank you for keeping me updated. So happy Turkey Day. Didn't expect to see you working today. Hope everyone's doing well. Happy to see you all. I mean, come on, Eva. I mean, I've done every day in November a couple times now, I think. No, I haven't. I did it last year, I think. And I did it on Turkey Day. The year before, I was at a conference. I went to what was then 20 Books, 50K. And the year before that, I wasn't doing sprints yet. So I've only done it one time. But whenever I've done the NaNoWriMos, I've done every day of the month. So I've done a few of the camps, which, of course, trying to get away from the true affiliation with NaNoWriMo and making it on my own. But yeah, next year I probably will not be doing it every day because I plan to go to what was 20 Books 50K, but it's Author Nation now. So I plan to go to that one next year. But also, if anyone's interested in character artwork and learning more about Joanne and her books, you can go to her Ko-fi. Oh yeah, I need to make Black Friday sale posts. Yeah. I should be doing something for Black Friday, but I haven't found the energy. Yeah, I'm attempting to build it up in my second book as well. So yeah, it's got a little bit more each time, right? It's definitely like that. So my first one, my couple is like, they don't, the curse that they're under is that they have to marry a bride by chance. So it's supposed to be randomly chosen for them. So they don't know each other, and he's kind of mean because he's tired of his wives dying and have to follow this curse and everything. And so it's kind of a slow, very, very slow burn for them. The second book, they met actually many, many years ago. And, but he's like a gentleman. He was like, no, as much as like he wants to kiss her or whatever, he knows the curse is going to choose someone else to be his wife, because since he wants her, the curse will not choose her because it has to be a bride by chance. It can't be someone he chooses. So he kind of rebuffs. Is that a word? Rebuffs? Is that the right word? Rebuffs her. So there's a little bit kissing stuff, but doesn't go very far until the curse does choose her. But that's another story in there. The second one, they met 6 months before the book starts. And this brother knows that once a wife dies, he needs to choose a person, a woman, for the evening in order to avoid getting another wife right away. And he's had half the wives his brothers have had. So he ends up choosing her that night, and they dance and everything. And but then he finds out that she's Fire Fae, because she doesn't look exactly like a Fire Fae. And his disgust is enough that she runs out on him. And then they run back into each other again. But now they're both actually part of secret orders. And so there's a lot of tension while they're fighting and trying to figure out and following each other, trying to figure out what the other one's doing and if it's interfering with their mission. So a lot more tension than there wasn't in my other books. So in my third book. Ingram is waiving a fee they typically charge for the direct buy links, and I'm giving that savings to charity. Canva Graphics relaying that on my list now. LOL. Yeah. I've tried to do the direct buy links with Ingram. I had it set up for A Curse of Scales and Feathers for after my Kickstarter, because I fulfilled through Ingram for my Kickstarter. And then I wanted to go and have the paperback wide, and I put it on Amazon, no problem. Then I went to Draft to Digital to be the distributor everywhere else. And as soon as I did that, my link for Ingram stopped working. And so then I asked them, well, why is it not working? Well, because your ISBN, it doesn't work or something. I can't remember what they said, but I'm like, it's my same ISBN. I bought it. It's mine. I shouldn't have to do another ISBN. I'm not going to waste the money. And then Draft to Digital came back and said, sorry, we can't do this. And because your ISBN or whatever, I'm like, I bought the ISBN. It's mine. I'm not going to assign another ISBN and waste the money on this because they're expensive. And I was trying to dig into it. And finally, they both kind of came back and said the same thing, which is, oh, well, you're selling your book through another place. I'm like, well, yeah, it's wide. And I didn't get it. And I finally reached out to Dale L. Roberts, and I was like, do you understand this? I don't understand what's going on. He says, oh, he says, yeah. He's like, this is a problem. He says, because Ingram Spark and Draft to Digital use the same printer. So the same printing company. So now it looks like I'm trying to get my book through 2 different places with the same ISBN, and it's conflicting. So now I have to like write this letter to whichever one I don't want to have my book, even though I said, okay, so I was going to say with Draft to Digital, forget it. I'm not going to distribute through you, but they're still holding on to the ISBN, but I still can't sell my book through them because they're saying that Ingram is holding on to my ISBN, and I can't distribute through Ingram because Draft to Digital is holding on to my ISBN. And I'm like, it's just stuck in nowhere land right now. And I'm like, I'm not putting another ISBN on it. Those cost money. So I have not done anything with it since then. So it's just been where it's at. Shanon didn't write spicy scenes, but she lived them. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I guess that, I think we all have our own spiciness. I have another author pal doing a Kickstarter. Can I? Yes, go for it, please. It won't be live till 2025, but early followers are great. And all, yes, and I always say my link for my Kickstarter is down below. Even if you can't support me or anyone else, but if you appreciate them, go follow them on Kickstarter, because it will bump them up in the algorithm when they launch the book. So, and of course, you will get an email that says it's live now. You can go look at it and help out or whatever. And you can just throw the email away if you cannot support for whatever reason. But it's always helpful to go follow people, because it does help bump them up in the algorithm. And that's why it's important to get your Kickstarter page up, your launch page, because you can get those followers. And I'm always surprised. I don't check my Kickstarter launch page very often. I think I had checked it, I don't know, like a month ago, and it was like 70 some followers. And then I checked it 2 days ago, and it was like in the 80s. And I was like, oh, where did these people come from? Because I have not been like, I haven't been promoting my Kickstarter, other than that the links are just there. The link's in my description box. The link goes out in every newsletter email I send out, but I only send out once a month. So I'm like, someone somewhere saw it and signed up for it. And it could have been on Kickstarter as well, because there is an audience on Kickstarter. Sounds so complicated. Yes, very complicated. And I was just done. I was done. I just used their ISBN and went wide through Ingram. So I cannot relate. Zero help. No, that's all right. I totally understand. I mean, there's so many different paths to publishing, and your path is just a bit different than mine is. So, multiple paths to publishing. So, yeah. Mosswood Apothecary Cozy Queer Fantasy Collector's Edition. Let me go click on it before I forget, because I will forget if I don't do it right now. It's green. Green is not my favorite color. It's my least favorite color. I hit it though. I'm put follow. My first book series is green, but green is an Irish, like that's kind of like their identity for color wise is green. So, but I told myself if I'm writing another series, I'm going to do one with my favorite color, which is blue. So, and then blue, purple, shades of purples, even shades of reds. Those are like my favorite happy places. Greens and yellows are not. They're not my favorite. Oh, Sarah's done. I didn't even remember that she was going until I just clicked on her tab. Okay. It's on Vella now, the story. Well, I mean, that's a good way to test it too. I did not think about it or know about it really until much later. And I always thought maybe I might try this, and I have yet to do it because it does take time, where you have to get yourself set up on a platform like Vella, or, now Vella's going away, but Royal Road or Wattpad or any of these places where you can just put your book up for free to test the validity of it, see if people are actually interested in it. It's kind of hard to do that too at the same time, because those platforms have so many people on it, visibility can be hard. So your story may not be seen by anybody at all. And then you may think that the story is not validated. That's why I like Kickstarter right now, because Kickstarter is not oversaturated with a lot of authors. It is gaining more traction for authors. There's more and more people doing it all the time. There will be a point that it will be oversaturated. And then again, getting visibility is going to be really, really hard. But right now, visibility is not hard. So if you put it up there and people are going to see it, the audience that lives on Kickstarter, they're going to see it. If it interests them, they're going to go and back you or follow you or whatever. Now you can say without a doubt, this idea is validated. So that's what I like about Kickstarter at the moment. I'm back. What I missed? Not much. Shannon was talking about a real life spice. No, I wasn't. Oh my gosh. No. Eva was talking about my real life spice, but just in a general sense, nothing specific. Oh my gosh. Thanks for the laugh, Eva. It's my son's least fave color. It's my fave, LOL. It is my oldest son's favorite color. Green is. So, but my youngest likes red. And my husband likes red. I'm the only one in my family who likes blue. Oh my, LOL. Purple is my favorite color. Yeah, purple would be like my next. I like blue and then purple. But I also like red. And I think I've gravitated toward red more over the years. My youngest son, my husband, they both like red. And so I always say to my husband, I was like, if we wanted to just meet in the middle, it's purple because you like red and I like blue, thinking color theory, right? It's purple. So purple is the only color. It's still fairly easy to see the Kickstarters without any effort put in. Yes, I agree. JK. Yes, I agree, Devin. My purple is a testament. Yeah, I like purple. Blue first, then purple. But I like all shades of blue except for one. I do not like navy blue because I'm like, what the freak? It looks black. You might as well just be black. Because I also like black. Black was like my favorite color for a very long time. Like I feel like I always knew that blue was my favorite color, but my brothers argued over their favorite colors. Like, so my oldest brother, he said blue was his favorite color. So then the youngest brother, both of my brothers are younger, but the oldest of the two said blue was his favorite color. Well, the younger brother always followed the older brother, said his favorite color is blue. And they fought over whose favorite color that should actually be until the older one changed his favorite color to green. And then the younger one changed it to green. And then the older one changed back to blue. And I thought, and that older brother of the two is the troublemaker in my family. And he's the whole reason I'm not talking to anybody, because he got mad at me that I wouldn't go to court and lie about his wife taking drugs so that he could get custody of the kids. And my parents got mad at me because I wouldn't go to court and lie for him. So anyways, he used to beat us up all the time when we were kids. And so I was like, I am not getting in the middle of this. I am not going to say what my favorite color is. They asked me, it's black. And I liked black for many, many years. That was my favorite color. So I just figured that was safe. I wasn't going to have to worry about my brothers arguing over that color. And I do happen to like it. So where did I leave off? Oh, here. I love every color. I say green is my favorite because people ask, and so I needed one, and I like outside colors, LOL. Do you know, I felt that way about animals when people are like, what's your favorite animal? And I just used to throw out elephant, even though I didn't know anything about elephants, because people wanted to know what my favorite animal was. And I was like, elephant. Purple wall. Oh, that's what my purple is a testament. I was like, oh, I'm not sure what that means. My purple wall is a testament. Cool. Me over here literally considering painting the ceiling a very, very dark navy blue. But not black, because blue is a color. It is. And the light will show the difference, I think. Yeah. I just don't like it where it's like, here's a hint of the blue that's in here. I'm like, okay, then give me more of the blue. I don't know. I don't know why I feel that way. I just do. I don't like navy blue. Also, I don't know. Ceiling painting is rough. Yes. So I'm just thinking on it. Yeah. I think, yeah. Ceiling painting, that is a rough one, especially I don't know if you own your house and if you're ever thinking you might sell it, because that's really, really hard to sell, especially if it's a dark color. That's a no touchy situation. Yeah, I'm into earthy colors. Light academia is my overall style. Yeah, well, they say that generally humans like the color green, especially if it's out in nature, because we associate that with peace, tranquility. There's a lot of psychological studies on it. They've even gone so far as to, I probably don't remember all of it, but they had different paintings. They had one where it was an open field of like green grass, rolling hills, beautiful. Another one with a forest. Another one that was like a Sahara desert or something like that. But there was a tree in it, a tree. And they found that generally people liked the forest one better out of all of them. And then the next one was the green grass, because people just seem to be, they gravitate toward nature colors like that. the green stuff. And so nothing can be proven in psychology because this is soft science. So they just suppose what they think is going on is that people like forest first because, well, as a creature who has no self-defenses against creatures with claws and jaws, we like the forest because we could hide. So interesting stuff. Lavender color and all pinks are my favorite. I also do like lavender and pink. I love those colors too. I don't care too much about resale, at least in regards to the paints. Okay, gotcha. I don't know. I just always think about those things when it comes to homes because we have homes we're going to sell one day. So I always think about, okay, well, if we do this, like the maids came yesterday and I was like, don't worry about cleaning the bathtub. I don't like taking a bath and nobody uses the bathtub. Nobody uses it. And I'm like, you don't have to clean it. Like every time they come, they clean the bathtub. I'm like, it stays clean the whole time. I was like, once a month would be fine cleaning it, just dust or whatever. But I was like, I told my husband, I was like, I want to just take the bathtub out. And it's a pretty spacious bathroom, but the shower part is so small. And I'm like, I would just want to take the bathtub out and make all of that the shower. But then we got in touch with the realtors. Like, if we did this, what's the resale like? And they said, well, that'd be really good for like a home. It's really easy to sell a home like that if you're talking about people with disabilities. You would just have to make sure your doors are wider. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. My grandfather would always make doors wide. My grandfather built houses for a living, and I used to help out. And he did that because his mom was in a wheelchair. So he always made all of his doors wide. And he did that even after his mom had passed away. And my dad continued that. He always made his doors wide because my dad grew up, of course, working with his dad. And it was for disabilities, people who had disabilities, right? Mobility issues. And so like, okay, if we did that and we want to resell, we would have to change the door into the bathroom because the door in the bathroom is actually shorter, like slimmer than a regular door to a room. And I was like, that means taking that out, cutting through the wall, probably have to take out 2x4 because there's going to be a stud there, and then redoing all of that. And I was like, do I want to do that? No, I'm going to have to hire someone. That's going to be more money. I'm like, okay, whatever. I haven't done anything with it. We've talked about it for years, but haven't done anything with it. We're going to die in this house. So everything afterwards is other people's problem. I mean, it's going to be your kids, right? Depending on how you want to do it. We don't plan to sell. We intend this house to be generational wealth. They can sell it with a chunk of money off to repaint and need it anyway. Okay, good. Very careful. I got to change my feet, but Loki's down here by my feet, and I kicked him in the head earlier. Yeah, the only thing with that we look at is unless the kiddos intend to keep the house, having them sell it, they're going to lose so much of the money, at least right now with the inheritance laws. It is better. And my husband and I, we've kind of talked about this, how we want to do this. We're not really sure what we're going to do, but it's better if you've got some wealth that you're passing on to your children, it's better to pass it on to them. There's so much you can give them a year that you don't have to pay taxes on, or because you pay tax on it when you made the money, and they don't have to pay an inheritance tax on it. So that's what we're going to start looking at when we get to that point, and how we can do that and pass on what we have without them losing a lot of the money. So got a hot tub to cover for the lack of bath. That's our plan. Yeah, we also talked about getting a hot tub, but we haven't done that yet. Yeah, one of our bathroom doors is very slim too. I mean, why did they do that? Why? I don't get it. And now with 50% of Americans being obese, I think their standards are a little bit off, but whatever. I think the military is really too narrow. It's even worse than the standards put out by the doctor. But because my girlfriend, I mean, she was like tiny. She didn't even have even the gentle swell to her belly. She didn't have. And I always had like a little gentle swell in my belly when I was in the military. She didn't have that, but every single time we have her weigh in, she'd be almost over it. And she was Samoan. And I was like, they need to take this stuff into account, like bone structure and all of that should be taken into account. She was tiny, but she was Samoan. So every time we went to PLDC together, Primary Leadership Development course, which is now something else. W something C, WLC. I don't remember. It's W something C. They changed it, but it's basically you had it at that time. You had to have that course in order to get E5. Now you don't have to have it. They changed it and then made it no longer where you had to have it for E5. But we went together, and the 2 weeks leading up to it, she just sat in a sauna and barely ate anything, just so she could make sure she would pass the weigh-in, because you get weighed in before you go to the course, and if you're over, you don't get to go. So I just always felt so bad. I was like, this is just not right. Why are they making this door so tiny? Hi, Alice. How are you doing? Happy Turkey Day. You too. I can't live to spare my children. They can pay others to do things. Like my daughter is only 16 years younger than me. Yeah, that's what it is between me and my mom. And then she got mad at me and wouldn't talk to me for like 6 months after I was pregnant. And years later, I asked her, why'd you stop talking to me when I told you I was pregnant? She says, I was too young to be a grandma. I was like, you were 16 when you had me. What'd you think was going to happen? At least I waited until I was 21. So, yeah, whatever. We aren't to that point. No maids or second properties. So I had already been thinking about the maid thing for a while. And then I went to the conference on Chapel Hill with Brian Cohen. And Becca Stein was there and Claire Taylor and a couple other people. I didn't know who they were, but their talks were great. And it was all about, the conference was all about what? Taking care of you as an author and your author business, and how your strengths and your weaknesses could help or hinder your development in your business. And when I got there and I looked at the schedule, I was like, why would I sign up for this? There was nothing practical for like, ads or anything like that. There was no practical advice. But I remember when I signed up for it, because I went back and looked and saw when I signed up for it, I was in my burnout phase last year. But in it, Becca Syme, she was like, y'all are going to go home. And Brian had been saying all this time, have a plan. We're talking about all these things. When you get home, you need to make a plan about how you can incorporate these things into your author life. And so when Becca Stein got up near the end and was talking, they talked a few times, and she was like, you need to take that, really seriously. You need to think about how are you going to make it where you can have a sustainable career and not burn out. And she says, there are just certain things you have to like look at and figure out, what am I going to do? She says, the first thing when you go back from a conference, what are you going to do? You're thinking about, I got to hurry up and get into all my emails and answer everybody. And, my house, nobody's been here or whatever. And I got a clean house. And, she says, I have somebody who's going to come the day after I get back to clean my house. So I don't have to do that. She says, you have to figure out how you can unload yourself so you're not burning yourself out. And so that's, and if we're not hurting for money. So, but I've always been tight with money. Always been tight. So when I brought it up to my husband, he was like, what? Like, this is not something he would expect me to say. So it's new. It's a new thing. But yeah, they come every 2 weeks. But I was realizing my bathroom was getting done like once a month. And that was a bare touch up. And I was like, this is not healthy. And I was like, either I stop writing or doing what I'm doing and go clean, or like I couldn't do the balance. So yeah, needed to do it. Hey, Alice, how's Turkey Day going for you? It's going good. Eva, how's your Turkey Day? You're making me want to see Home Depot sales. Maybe I should do a project this weekend. Dumb things military does. Yes. Yeah. My niece's mother-in-law was weird like that about being a grandma. Yeah. I mean, did she stop talking to her? I just didn't understand it, because my cousin got pregnant like the year before me. And when she told my mom was ecstatic, over the moon, and happy and clapping her hands and like really, really so happy for her, this outpouring of happiness. And so when I envisioned me telling my mom about me being pregnant, I kind of saw the same thing. And I guess I should have known that my mom has never been that mom with me. So I had pie for breakfast, and my husband is cooking the feast. So pretty effing great over here, to be honest. LOL, you bet. Yeah, we aren't the best of housekeepers. My sis was our housekeeper before she moved. Yeah. Well, and I used to be like, y'all, you don't even know. I used to be like obsessive about cleanliness. And my oldest son, he came home. When he come home, this was like not long ago, like a month or two ago now, he came home. And he's looking around the house, and I had just like stopped doing stuff. This is right before we got the maid. So it had to be before I went to the conference. And he came home, and he was like, Mom, there's dust on this. I'm like, yeah. He says, look at this. This is dirty. I'm like, yeah. He's like, this is not you. What's going on? And I was like, I am concentrating on my job. I was like, I spent years cleaning house and taking care of kids and doing everything while my husband was off in the military. He got to come home, not really do anything, but I mean, he would help out. He's never been one. He's not a slob. He's never been one to want dirtiness, but he just does not realize the level of cleaning you have to do with a house. And my son's like, these baseboards, they have not been cleaned in a while. I was like, oh, you remember that, huh? He was like, I remember you put me on baseboards as a kid. I was like, and you know how to clean right, don't you? I was like, your dad did not have that education. But light switches. He talks about the light switches. So I was like, I know. And then went to the conference and I was like, okay, we need a maid. So my main priorities are home and family. So my writing is what I put aside in this phase of my life. Yeah, and I think I'm in the phase of my life where writing is my priority now because I have put everything else first for many, many, many years. So my anxiety over a maid would require my house to be cleaner than I actually living with. LOL. I have to clean more for the maid. Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it as like a bonus because maids only do so much depending on what you're paying them. And we're paying them just basically to dust, vacuum, sweep and mop and wipe down counters and stuff. And in the bathroom to clean the bathtub or the shower and the toilets and bathtub if we have one. So that's just the basics. But I'm at the point now where I don't even put away my clothes. Like I'll wash them, I'll dry them, I'll fold them. And they end up on top of my dresser, on my rocking chair. They don't get put up. And now that knowing that the maid is coming, I'm like, okay, I gotta put this up. And now it's like forcing me to do like the bare minimum that I should be doing. So now I got you. This is the largest place we've ever lived in compared to military housing, which was pretty easy to keep up on. Yeah, military housing was really small. Yeah, because I think our house that we had was only 1,300 square feet before we went to Hawaii. And then we had military housing, and that was only that was under 1,000 square feet. And then, of course, the next house we went to was 3,000 square feet, and I just closed one whole floor. When my husband got orders to Hawaii, and he was going to be stationed there for 3 years, and we were staying behind, I just closed one floor off. I was like, we don't need to use this floor. There's nothing here that we need to use. So no more cleaning for that floor. But my daughter grew up in her father's house, and they were very unclean. She's a very good housekeeper. Yeah. I think it's just if you don't know what to look for, or if you haven't been trained, you're not going to know. Oh, clean baseboards, clean light switches, clean doorknobs, clean doors. Those things don't have to be done all the time, but they do need to be done. Clean cabinets, clean the dishwasher, the outside of the dishwasher, clean the outside of the microwave, inside of the microwave. That one's a little more easy to figure out than the microwave one. And then twice a year, I would pull everything out and clean behind. So the stove came out, the refrigerator came out. These were all things I did all the time, twice a year. Because in the military, they have spring cleanup and fall cleanup. And if you lived on base, that meant you had to go back to your quarters and clean, and you were going to get inspected. For those who lived off base, we got the day off too, but technically to clean, I always used that day to clean regardless. So yeah, that'll be a time lapse clean later. Yeah, I keep the clean clothes in the basket and recycle the process. Selling me. Oh, that's how we live. One floor is largely unused. Yeah. I don't want another big place like that again. I say that, but I know that I want, because right now, I mean, the master bedroom we have is huge. I mean, I've got a queen size bed, a couple dressers, and that's on one side of the room. The other side of the room has got my huge desk and bookshelves and rocking chair and lots of stuff. So this is big, but I really want a separate office, and I want my office could be combined with an art studio because I really want to get back into painting again. I don't really have space here to paint, and there's not a single room in this house that has good lighting. So I want it's almost like a sunroom is what I want. One wall full of windows so that I can have really great lighting for painting. Yeah. I have an antique dresser with very deep drawers. They hold a basket's worth. So yes, I have never cleaned under my fridge. Could be anything under there. Yeah. Yeah, we had someone come out and fix our stove a couple months ago. Got pulled out, and I wasn't there for it. And my husband later said, God, it was so dirty underneath the stove. I've never seen anything like that before. I said, that's because I used to clean it. I used to pull the stove out every 6 months and clean behind the stove. My kitchen stays clean because I have a bug phobia. Yes. Yes. Especially if you live in places where there's lots of bugs, like we do. It's none of my business what's under my fridge. The fridge and stove come out once a year, usually right before we decorate Halloween. Bugs. Yes, I totally understand that. Yes. Okay. I think I've chatted enough. Let's go ahead and get another sprint going, and hopefully I can start this chapter. I finally think I've gotten to a place where I can write this chapter, hopefully. So anyone who has to leave out before we come back, thank you so much for popping in, hanging out, talking with us. Always great to catch up with everyone. And for everyone else, I'll see you guys on the other side of 45 minutes. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I had to go back to the brainstorming a little bit, and then I spent a little bit of time researching names and trying to figure out what names, because I had several people that were going to be in this chapter, and I was like, okay, I really need names instead of just putting name into brackets, which is what I usually do. And I already have like lots of brackets in my document because I'm not trying to spend too much time worrying about some of this stuff. But but I did search for that, and that was 94 words, and then started drafting, just got a few paragraphs into into this chapter, the first chapter of all the stuff I've been brainstorming between yesterday and today, which is 354 words. So it's 448 altogether. Should be able to get a bit more, hopefully, on the next one. And I think the next one will be the lost sprint, y'all, because it's going to be time for me to go make my part of Thanksgiving dinner for us. So one more. So say hello. And I see how you guys did. Jordan came in. Hello. How are you? So how's Thanksgiving? Everyone preparing for cook the turkey? Well, I don't like turkey. We only have the youngest kid at home. He doesn't like turkey or most things. So we have a ham and a turkey, but they're just very small little things, already pre-cooked. So we're not going all out this year because it's just us. So funny to Eva. I just read your message. That sounds amazing. Jordan says, I'm the same. I'm not a clean person. However, I will draw the line when it comes to hoarding stuff the way they live in that space once it's not. Yeah. How are you doing, Jordan? Are you celebrating Turkey Day? I was reading the first chapter of the first edition of Joanne's book, her bakery series. I'd like her to go away. I'm not sure if that's what Jordan meant. I'm trying to figure out what he could have actually meant. Changing it, I didn't know what it was up to her. She is the author, after all. I don't understand what you mean by that. Can you explain further? Or better yet, can you message on IG? Yeah. I mean, he messages me on IG too, but sometimes, the barrier of getting across a clear message is there. It makes it a little bit more difficult to quite understand what is said all the time. So I would just be aware. I don't think it'd be anything negative. Jordan is not, he's a really nice person. So I think it just probably did not translate right with him putting it. I'm not sure what program he uses to write with, but yeah, I'm sure it's nothing negative. I just don't really know what, I couldn't figure out what he was saying there. Okay, I'm back. Last dishes in the oven for Thanksgiving. Woohoo! I'm going to do one more sprint, and then it's my turn to my part of the Thanksgiving dinner. We're planning to eat around 3, and it's 12:30. So one more sprint will put me in time because my stuff's not going to take very long. So yeah, one more sprint. I just really, really want to get this chapter written. That's really what I want. I've been spending all this time this morning and then part of yesterday's sprint trying to figure out what I'm going to write, and I think I've got it. And I started the chapter, but didn't get very far. So I am going to go write this chapter. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Great to catch up with all of y'all. And for anybody else, I'll see you on the other side 45 minutes in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? I got that chapter written. So I was just going back through it and fixing a few word choices. But 1591 total. Oops, writing it down in the wrong place. That's 45 minutes. 1591. And I thought that everything I brainstormed was definitely going to be a couple chapters, 2 or 3, maybe 4. And I thought, okay, I'll start with this first part. This will be the first chapter. Yeah, I got halfway through the information and I was like, yeah, I think that's the end of that chapter. We'll save the rest of it for the next chapter. But I got to go get my part done for Thanksgiving. So let's see how you guys did and we'll wrap on up. Mom Maggie came in. Hello, lovelies. And I was like, this is the last sprint. Just wanted to let everyone know. I'm about halfway through my bonus chapters, but it's time for me to take off so I can start my Thanksgiving dinner. Love sprinting with you guys. I hope you all have a great day. Oh, I missed her leaving up. I hope you have a wonderful day as well, an awesome day as well. I might have hiccups, y'all, because I'm hungry. I have not eaten yet. I'm trying to save it for Thanksgiving, the dinner that we're going to have. So Joanne says, hello to everyone. How are you? Thanks for hanging out with us. Tabitha, thanks for catching her. Jordan came back on. Joanne, it's me. So I read the first chapter. This is from your first edition for 2020. It's to do with the main character, mother talking to wedding cake for friends, about wedding cake. I think Tractor's okay, and you don't have to re-edit. That's what I was saying, that you don't. I like it. You don't have to re-edit it. What's your Instagram, my friend? So I can go and follow you. I subscribe to your YouTube channel with your 15 friends or subscribers. Hey, Shannon, what are you having for the Thanksgiving? We're not really doing a feast this year because it's just really just me and my husband. The younger kiddo, he doesn't really eat a lot of different foods. So we have yams. He has a recipe that he makes from scratch. Yams, rolls, ham, turkey, deviled eggs, pie. I can't remember what else. I think mashed potatoes, green beans. Yeah. We have cranberry sauce too, but I don't like it. My husband likes it though. And then my IG is JK Lambo. Oh, gotcha. I'm glad you liked it so far. I was trying to tell you, Joanne, is that there's a barrier there for trying to communicate. And so I knew Jordan is really, really nice and wonderful individual, that he was trying to say something not mean, even though it did sound like it was mean. Just the wrong words got translated, I'm sure. So, yeah, really, really awesome guy. So, alrighty. I will see you guys tomorrow. If you're around, I'll be doing same time, same setup tomorrow. And then Saturday's the last day of November, and I'm shooting for another long day. I did 11 hours last weekend. I don't know if I'll do 11 hours again. Because last weekend, like, I knew what I was going to write. Like, I had already been singing these scenes in my head forever, for 2 years almost. And now I'm in a position where I'm like, I'm not sure what's going to happen next. So, all right. So, but I do plan to go long on Saturday. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye.